forestille mig, at kameraet det var lidt underligt. Rigtig chiller hernede. Jeg ved ikke, du så her den anden dag, hvor jeg havde kørt vognen ud, sad udenfor, så kom Chris forbi og flettede pølse.
Jeg så lige lidt af det.
Så han sådan, fuck Mikes madlavning, det her, det var... var det helt vildt.
Shut the fuck up. Kan han bare få lov til ikke at være med?
Han er med i aften.
Ja.
Så det er altid noget. Jeg tror, at han, forhåbentlig er det ved at gå op for ham, at good food is
good food is good?
Ja. Yeah. Jeg har fuldstændig glemt at tage næsen. Det skulle jeg også have gjort. Piece of shit. Og så har Arpan, de har lavet sådan, nu kan man streame i 3 timer uden afbræk. Det er fedt. Til gengæld så ved jeg ikke, om jeg skal opdatere mit Arpan Studio, inden jeg kan gøre det. Det tror jeg måske, jeg skal.
Godt være.
Så det finder vi ud af, hvor lang tid jeg får, når jeg starter med den. Jeg siger, er chatten op? Det er den. You're alive? Yes. Jedi mind trick work? Yes. Oh, Brad. Good, good. Hello, Lemur. Hello. Okay, det har jeg også fyret op i den her ene.
Ja. Jeg overvejede, hvornår du lagde mærke til det.
De står der, du skubbet op.
Ja.
The water thing I used to make my gas not freeze over has frozen over. So, well,
It's fine.
it should be fine.
Don't we usually use this one to heating up the cameras?
Ja, det er bare på det laveste niveau.
Ja.
Bare lige med en lille smule afstand. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. How you up to? Good afternoon, Total Biscuits. Biscuit Herd. Total Biscuit.
That name makes me so sad.
Yeah. At least we don't have someone coming in being like in control wannabe, like it control or something like that. You don't watch StarCraft esports?
No.
There was this player and caster named In Control who died. Like he was like 32 or something, and he died like a couple of years ago. And he was the funniest fucking he was one of the main reasons. Like if there was a tournament he was casting, I was watching because he's hilarious. Right. He died of like brain shit or something, or heart issue. I can't remember, but it was sad as fuck. That was the point.
How cold is that?
Cold enough.
Yeah. It's cold.
Cold.
It's cold.
I should be listening to music right now, but it is muted. There we go. And then I'm gonna turn the microphone on. Up the volume here. There we go, we're listening to some synth wavy shit today. And good to see you're putting on the apron so you're ready for cooking later. Hey! Miss Bispo says, remember, yeah, okay, he's ready. He's taking the ring off, it's alright. Alright, let's see here. We got Krummelbach. Was it laying on the animals and stuff? Yeah. Also, yeah, so this is the one we worked on Wednesday. We tried to set a ball in here, it broke. Putting that aside for now. But that one looks really good. I just need to get that fucking marble in there, but it should work out. What? Oh yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's an old one. But this one it completely broke.
We are so foggy.
Yeah, it happens more than once.
Oh, it froze over again?
Yeah, it condensates. It's while the when I heat up the forge, it sends a lot of moisture out that gets trapped in the bricks. Sometimes you can actually see it steaming from the bricks, and that gets caught right up in there. It's weird. It only happens once I start up the forge. So odd. Yeah, so we just gotta. It'll dissipate on its own, or we can remove it quick. It is not once day today. It is just regular old forge day.
There is no W in Monday.
Yes. It's not once day Monday. It is Man's Day Monday.
It is.
Yes.
It is Man's Day.
Pass your EMT exams. Nice. Congratulations. Oh shit, that's creepy.
Huh?
Someone passed her Neptune passed her EMT exam, and the same day a lady and a dog got hit outside of where she lives.
Huh.
By a car.
That's sad.
So did you get to run around? Don't worry, I'm a certified EMT. I got this. Did you do that? That would be the coolest fucking thing. The first day where you get your kind of. That would be really nice. Oh, it's actually running low. Oh, I remember. I actually emptied this out last time. That's true.
That might explain the floating part. Alright, the camera should be better for you now. If not, please say so.
Alright, I'm gonna generator. This should be able to combust on its own in there, hopefully.
Maybe.
Yeah, it'll combust.
Alright.
Nope. Ah, wow, anticlimactic.
Didn't do it. But this time.
This time is the time. Come on, go, fire, do it.
No.
No, it'll happen. It just patience, motherfucker.
Force it.
It's happening now.
Ah! Stay there. No.
Yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah, we're going that. God damn it. Everything out here is frozen. Have you opened up the other one? This one there?
That's frozen too.
I should have seen that coming. Alright, what do we have? Let us see here. Need to get the camera set up. Just slight adjustments. Put the focus on. There we go. Turn it from the window. Turn out there, gave her a towel to keep bleeding under control. Oh my lord.
There we go. Should be usable now.
I don't know why. I think it's hilarious if you run out like there's obviously a person like bleeding and in distress, and you run out like, "Hello, I'm an EMT under training. How can I be of assistance?" And they're just like, "Ugh." No, that's not fun. That's not good. What are you making today? I actually don't know.
Yeah, we have to figure that out.
I have these, but I've tried to forge them, and they have a tendency to crack. So I think I might want to. Can I even eat this in there? Gonna see what they want. They might be too old and broken. But we might start a sword because I have this guy here. So it might be a good time for that.
Yeah, it could be fun.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll be doing some roses because we do have Valentine's Day coming up.
You?
Yeah, it's 14th of February.
Oh, right.
I just sold one to the US, and he was like, "I hope it gets here before Valentine's Day." I'm like, "That's in 2 weeks, and we have COVID. Let's just cross our fingers and hope for the best."
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Let's go. I need to find a piece of steel outside. Wait.
I have no idea if you wanted me to join, but I'm gonna go now.
Alright, so what the plan is now, we're gonna make a sword, we're gonna make it for functional for He-Man, so we're not gonna make it sharp, but we're gonna make it just like a sword, just slightly different. And I'm just waiting for this to heat up so I can start straightening it out. Meanwhile, Jotun will be working on some of his projects next to me. Yep. And it'll take a little bit because we're waiting for the forge to get up to heat and all that jazz. Good morning, Moon Howler. Let's see here. While we wait for that to heat up, check the phone. Alright. Yep, my glove. Alright, I can get my shirt off. Don't want any loose fabric hanging around. Did you get fucked? Oh yeah, you got fucked. Please, you got my show. Will you be taking this too? Yep. Okay, fine. Yeah, don't want to lose fabrics, or don't want to have loose fabric around that'll get caught up in shit. Like, legitimately, that's not a good idea. So we've got this heated up a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can't start to straighten that out some. Ah, fuck, how do I do this? There we go. Tricky balls because of the shape it has. So I'm consistently just opening up small bits of it, and then I can get another section in, then I can open that up a little bit and continue to do that until we have a completely straight piece of steel. The steel we're taking here, it's a piece of, it's an old Harrow's tooth. For those who don't know what that is the, it's farming steel, essentially. It's used for farm equipment. It should be spring steel, but my experience with these, Harrow's teeth in particular, is that they like to crumble, they like to crack. So we're just testing that out. I'm not entirely certain if we can forge this. I remember when I tried, I think I tried forge welding it, and it didn't take at all. It just would not do it. So it's definitely a little bit of an odd alloy. So I'm not quite sure what kind of steel we're dealing with. But we'll figure that out. The important part is that it is hardenable and it is flexible. Hello, Sexy Panda. You sound congested? What? No.
Congested? What the hell is congested?
Congested, that's when you can't poop.
Oh, right.
Or if you have stuff in your nose. Same. That's what that is.
No, when you can't poop, isn't that constipated?
Oh, right.
So
Yes, that's
might
what
be
it
a
is.
sinus thing. But yeah, you sound constipated.
I actually mixed that up once. I had an exam, like my photography exam, and I entered the door and I was like, hey, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit constipated. Instead of saying congested, like just in Danish, we had the same thing. So that was, we got a laugh out of that. I still got like an A out of that exam. I think that was pretty fucking lucky. Slow process getting that straightened out. Slow process. I like the print on my tank top. Well, these are legitimately from. I have like 4 of these that are legitimately from the 70s. My mom found them in a thrift store in their original unopened packaging from the 70s, and I was like, those are mine. I need those. That is the most hipster shit I have. These tank tops from the 70s. Right, we should get the Reddit stream up and running, so we have 2 broadcasts going, so let's get that started. Just bear with me. Update the title. I'm gonna go to the artist studio for this thing. Starting stream. I don't know if I'll get the 3 hours of stream time because I haven't updated our Pan Studio. Yep, we got 3 hours of our on the Reddit streams now. That is so good. Nice. I'm gonna grab my steel out of here. Get this straightened out some more. We're using the horn just to get a good shape out of it, or get the right angle, right leverage. Alright, so we got one side straightened out. We're gonna take that big bow out of it. It's a little bit tricky. A little bit tricky. It's mostly tricky because we can't really fit it inside of the forge. Alright. When did this happen? My anvil moved.
Yeah, I was just about to say before, because I was looking from here, and when you were swinging your hammer, you were like this away from your screen.
Yeah. That's weird.
I don't know if it all moved or something, but
It happens. It's like, I know it's 120 kilos plus the base, and somehow it still moves. I don't know. It's magic.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while for that piece to heat up because it barely fits inside of the forge. So it's only getting like residual heat. I'll have to, once I get it to slide orange, I'll take it out, bend it just a little bit, hopefully get it to somewhere maybe. I might actually, like, how long do you want a sword to be total length? arm length?
There are rules of max.
70 is this.
So it could be 70 or it could be.
Is that with or without hand?
That's without him.
Without handle. Alright, so we're thinking something like 80, 85, 90.
I know that most will have some rules for it about maximum length, and I can't remember that off the top of my head.
But that, like, it's because I want to figure out how much of this I want to cut off.
Yeah.
But if it needs to be that long, it's not much that I can cut off.
Alright. Before you cut anything off, I'll just figure out how much it is.
Alright, so for those of you who don't know, we're like I run Matilo Workshop. It's a blacksmith shop, and I do live streams every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursdays from the shop here and show how I do my blacksmithing. Today we have Jotun in the shop as well. It's one of my friends, and I'm currently taking a piece of Harrow's tooth, which is a piece of agricultural steel, and trying to straighten that out. So that we can use that or see if that can forge well into a sword that we're making for HEMA, which is Historical European Martial Arts. So it's a non-sharpened sword because we don't want to accidentally murder people. We only do that on purpose when we don't like them. Good morning. Hope Mikaelsson is how you pronounce that if you were Scandinavian. I know you will say Mikaelsson, but here it's Mikaelsson. What kind of sword? Viking sword. It's a Western HEMA, so Viking shit. The main task of this is forging out the tip, and then forging in the fuller and making sure we get the right thickness of it, and then it's the mostly in the heat treat and grind and all that stuff. We're just kind of doing some of that work to get used to working with projects that are this size. We got the temp on the steel here, so we can begin to kind of shape this out. This very nicely fits in my hardy hole, so I can just take it and bend it very nice like this and heat up the next area. It's all just about balancing it. Good morning, Chile. Are you not cold? No, not really. It is cold in here. All the water is frozen. The temperature is currently 2 degrees Celsius. With the forge running and me moving and doing work, it's not that bad. We get a lot of heat radiation. So that's what we're working on. So that takes a little bit. I could be working with a side project while I wait for these pieces, this piece to heat up and slowly fold it out. Good day, MacDeadsy. Hello, Mirror Buson. It's so cool to see what people are still into arts and crafts. Well, a lot of people still do blacksmithing stuff. All over the world. But yeah, so we're just having a little bit of a, if the sword stuff doesn't work out, we can find some different steel to work with. I have some very good, it's not coil spring, but it is spring steel from a car. It's not leaf spring either. It is like, yeah, I don't actually know what it's called in English, but how many degrees is it out there? 2 degrees Celsius right now. No, you didn't, Bitcoin hacker, fuck off. Torsion bar, yeah, exactly. Well, good. Someone knows his cars. Be like, okay, it's not a coil spring, it's not a leaf spring. What other spring is there on a car? It's a torsion bar, yeah. But I have one of those in a decent thickness, and that can be forged out to a sword as well. And it's coil spring or leaf spring rather. Sorry, it's leaf spring. So it should work well for a flexible sword that doesn't need to be sharp. What's your favorite thing to blacksmith? I don't have a favorite thing to forge. I just like forging. I just like blacksmithing. It's a really good thing. We got top broadcast on Reddit here. So we got 4,000 people watching from Reddit. Very nice. But yeah, so we are about to begin forging a sword out. We're testing out a piece of steel. We're using scrap steel today. So I have what's called a harrow's tooth, which is or a harrow's tine, which is an agricultural tool or steel. So we're folding that out. It's in a weird shape. We fold that out, and we have a long, straight piece of steel that we can hopefully use to forge out a sword. The tricky part is that I know the steel in particular doesn't necessarily like to be forged, so we might run into issues with cracks and crumbling, and then we'll have to try some other steel. That's the risk you run when you're using scrap steel, but it is cheap. We're in Denmark. We're in Denmark, yeah. And we usually have quite a few Australians watching because it's like in the evening in the US or in the Australia right now. So you look that bus guy from Harry Potter. That's the second time someone said that. I also often get told that I look like Shaggy, the bus guy from Harry Potter. I don't know.
I see it. Yeah.
I get Shaggy quite a lot, and I get Matthew McConaughey as well. I'm not gonna bother hammering that out. We just put it in here and do this. This is also why jet fuel doesn't need to melt steel. It just needs to make it red hot so it bends easy.
That's a good idea to just put it like that, because I'm pretty sure I heard some snaps.
No, that's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna need a glove now because we're gonna grab it on the other end. Just get a welder's glove on, that'll allow us to hold on to here. Let me see here what the chat is saying. We have 5,600 people watching from the Reddit stream. Hello, hello. Good day, good day. If you want to see some of the stuff that I've made in my shop here, you can go to my Instagram. If you follow the link on the overlay right here, that's a link tree. You get links to all of my stuff, including Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Discord server, web shop. I have a web shop where I sell things. You can also just search for Matilo Workshop anywhere, and you will find stuff. Blacksmith from where? Denmark. Why is the metal purple? The webcam I use on Reddit doesn't have a good infrared filter, so the colors show up a little bit wrong when it's very hot. If you watch from Twitch, twitch.tv/MatiloWorkshop, I have a higher quality camera that shows the anvil close up with proper colors to it. And yeah, but yeah, we're getting ready to start working on a sword. Good day, good day. Just waiting for the steel to heat up. We have this harrow's tooth that is in a really dumb bent shape.
Take this if you found that.
What is that? Oh, that's just mild steel. Yeah, you can do whatever.
Because I was kind of thinking about making a kitchen thing.
Yeah, but that's mild, so it won't harden. Just FYI. If you want hardenable for a kitchen knife,
Small knife.
So this is the same steel that I'm working with right there. That should be hardenable, but it's also some big bags. You gotta be careful of that part. I also have some more arrows, but it's very thin, so you gotta be careful.
I want to make it thin.
Yeah. You want some width to it. You want to draw that out really particularly with a cross beam or something. This is spring steel as well, right? So it's up to you. Yeah.
So just when drawing it out, that's going to be with.
Yeah, cross beam. Take that 1.5. Yeah. And use that.
Just hitting it sideways.
Yeah.
To draw it out.
And that'll draw it out that way. Yeah. Sådan har man det ud til mit smedenavn. Ja, det er det. But yeah, welcome everyone. So when I'm there in 7 months, I can buy a metal thing from you. Yeah, except I'm not near Copenhagen at all, but you can always just buy something online. I ship worldwide. Just keep in mind that due to COVID, the shipping takes longer, but it is what it is. What is his name? I wonder. Yes, exactly. What? I wonder what my name is. Hello, Maker Lime. Hello, Brazil. Yeah, it is fun. I forgot that was hot. Not that bad, but it is not once where
It's not funny that you burn yourself. It's just
no, it is
funny that it's not me this time.
Yeah, that is as well. God damn it.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yeah, that was a thing there, but that could be something down there. I'm not quite sure. It's difficult.
It made the same sound before.
Yeah. But when you bend the steel, it's practical. It kind of stops itself from ever. Well, that was a little bit of a burn. It stops itself from it won't crack. If you hammer it, you crack because you can hammer somewhere where it's too cold, and that'll introduce cracks. When you bend it, as long as it's hot, it'll only bend where it's hot.
All right.
So that takes all of the stress out.
Right.
But it is a concerning sound.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna regret that so bad. Grabbing that without a glove. That's when you don't pay attention. That happens. But the funny thing is, it's always Jotun who grabs things like with his entire hand, and now for once it's me. That happened. It's very common that you burn yourself doing blacksmithing. Not so often. You burn yourself in two ways. One of two ways. Either you grab something that you forgot is hot, or you have something jump onto you, either forge scale or a hot piece. I got a burn scar right here. It's very subtle from a knife I was forging out that slipped out of the tongs and hit me right in the throat. Stuff like that happens. The big thing to note is that you're not gonna kill yourself. You're never gonna kill yourself by being burned. So the danger is pretty low. It's just super uncomfortable, or at least it can be. But the more you get used to it, the less you care about it, really. Is he teaching this other guy? No, I'm not really teaching, but I've been doing this for 2.5 years, and Jotun comes by in the shop once in a while, helps out and does his own stuff as well.
Hold this.
What?
Hold this.
All right. To help with the burn?
Yeah, it's a cool look.
It's not a bad idea.
No, it's not. That's why I did it.
That's right. It's a brilliant idea. That's why I did it. Yeah.
It's like
Well, his
genius idea.
Yes. Well, his name isn't Jotun. That's his kind of like online thing.
Yeah.
It's because in the chat he's sometimes in the chat, and so people know who it is. And in the chat he's Jotun. No, his real name, at least his first name, isn't very Viking.
No.
His last name, it's pretty fucking Viking. And I think blacksmithing, as an old profession, what modern uses blacksmithing has. I know it has a dumb question, but still, it's mostly we do stuff for people who need things to be hand forged. So reenactors, museums, people who just really like the look of hand forged stuff and need specific things that are too expensive to have made in a modern fashion. If you only need a few of them. Okay, so my piece there is still heating up. Ooh, that is so cool. Show the hand. No, the hand, there's nothing to see because it's not a bad burn at all. I can see there's like one spot that's gonna, like here, my skin is gonna die, where it was the very hottest right there. But I don't feel anything. It's not a problem. But the worst burns are actually the low temperature ones, like the one I just got there. So. My hand is going to be just fine, General Brother. We play Death Watch right now, and every time we look on the rule books and look at the General Space Marine traits, we're like General Space Marine. major perils of the warp. No. He has huge hands. No. Are you in Jylland? Yes, I am. Or Jutland? Yeah. Why is low temperature worse? Because high temperature will kill the nerve endings immediately, so you won't feel anything. So a 3rd degree burn is not as uncomfortable as a 1st degree burn. On a 1st degree burn, all of your nerves are still alive and able to send pain signals to your brain. This actually is surprisingly not that bad. But usually a 1st degree burn is the absolute worst. Okay, we're gonna pull my steel out. It's a big ass piece of steel. We're just doing this. I'm gonna be careful with the audio now, see if I can get any ping out of it. That is weird. There's no weird audio going on now. I'm gonna need an additional glove because this is a little bit heavy to move around one handed. Gonna grab my block of ice. Anywhere near Blokhus? No, I'm in Hobro. So that's between Randers and Aarhus. Aalborg, Randers, Aalborg. Yeah. You're streaming again? Yes, yes. Today we're making a sword. What's the champ in the room you're in? 2 degrees Celsius, something along those lines. Maybe 3 now. It heats up over time when you have the forge running. Yeah, that's a propane tank. It's about, I guess, it doesn't get hot at all. It's nowhere near that close to the forge, just kind of visually. Hello, Acres. Did I miss an injury? No, I just grabbed a piece of steel that was still hot. So that's all it is. I'm just holding a piece of ice to kind of cool that off. Damn, that is cold. Holy fuck. Hello, Netherlands? I have no idea what that means. Should you wear long sleeves like cooking bacon? No. No need for sleeves, because all they do is catch fire and kill you. No, that's not. You know what's funnier than like really nice acres about grabbing hot steel is when you grab hot steel and immediately right next to you that's just someone going, ha!
Huh?
Yeah, what?
I didn't do that.
You didn't do it.
Alright, I did.
No, but it actually makes the experience more enjoyable. It makes you feel like you're in like a bad 80s sitcom.
You are.
Yeah. So we're just hammering this to straighten it out some. We have something there to straighten out as well. There. Let me hear what the chat is saying. We've got 6,300 people watching right now. Hello. We're doing blacksmith. I run a material workshop. I have a friend in the shop today. I'm currently getting ready to forge out a sword with some steel that is scrap steel. So we gotta be careful on figuring out what we're working with. Can the steel actually deal with the forging? All that jazz. And if it can't, if it starts cracking and stuff like that, we'll have to start over with some different steel. And if it does, I have some torque bar, not torque bar, tension bar, from a car that I'll use instead. That spring steel is a fantastic steel to make swords out of. Ever touched the glowing part? Yes. You can't do that. This is glowing part. This is my hand. Not a problem if you're fast enough. Just flattening this out. Now I have this bend here we want to take care of. And I'm going to need a glove more. That's just so I can maneuver it a little bit better. Get it in there. I don't think I need this ice anymore, but we'll grab it one more time. Blacksmithing is cultural. I know you're joking, but there is such a term as a whitesmith. Blacksmiths do the rough work, whitesmiths do finish work. Historical terms, there's also such a thing as redsmith, who worked with copper. And that's because black refers to the iron. Historically, iron was referred to as black. It wasn't called iron, it was just called black. Do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, Untitled Workshop. I haven't uploaded in a while, but I do want to start uploading again. Hello. And we got people from Reddit tuning into the Twitch stream. How are you enjoying the improved quality? The quality on Twitch is much better, and if you want to find me on Twitch, it's just Untitled Workshop. It's Untitled Workshop everywhere, except on Reddit, interestingly enough. But yeah, we're about to start forging out a sword. I'm just taking the piece, shaping it out, so we got a long straight piece, and that should be nice for us to work with. Oh, we need more heat. It's further in there. What's my favorite thing to make? I just like hammering stuff. Right here at the anvil, I don't care what I'm hammering, I just like forging. So it's a good, fun activity. Yeah, big burly man pulled through indeed. For those who don't know.
How did I pull through?
What?
How did I pull through?
Oh, because I had a car for the gas.
Oh, right.
I wrote on Discord that I couldn't get gas because my trunk wouldn't close. But he has a spare car, or he has a car, so yeah. Hello Demon Spades and Fart Litter and everyone else tuning in on their Twitch. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but it's tricky because we have like literally 6,000 people watching. How long have you been doing this for? 2.5 years, and I'm self-taught right here in the shop. I also volunteer at a museum, on average like once a month, where I go and I demonstrate blacksmithing live. But yeah, we're about to get started on that sword. I know it's a little bit slow coming, but we gotta prep the material proper. It's a little bit long. That's what she said. Still have a little bit of a bend in it. It's a very long piece. This is. I wanna get this cut off, so we don't work with such a long piece. We don't need. We have a little bit down here. We want to cut off there. I'm gonna measure out because there's no need to handle a piece of steel that's longer than what you need it to be. It's just extra work, really. So we have this. Let me see here. I need to figure out what the length of a sword for the HEMA rules are. But I'm thinking something like 80 centimeters here. We get a little bit more length to it. So I'm probably gonna cut it off there. And we can forge in a lot more work to it if we want, or forge it longer to draw it out if you want to. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna put it in my vise I have over here. It's a little bit tricky getting this. It's so long, god damn it, I'm not used to handling long things like this. I'm gonna cut it off at 80 centimeters. 80 centimeters I'm gonna cut it off with, and we can forge out the rest.
Just gonna take a quick look. Don't touch that stuff. Just gonna take a quick look at how long it's supposed to be.
Yeah. You're watching this at work with your coworkers? Get to work, guys! What is this? I told you I loved your apron. I finally got my own. Very nice! Why didn't you buy one for me? I make these. I make these custom and I sell them. How dare you? Did you get a digital sword emoji on your phone? What? Oh yeah, right. What kind of sword? It's a Viking sword. We're doing Western, or my friend here does Western HEMA. So Viking style combat stuff. He's just looking up the rules for the length of the sword, so we cut it off at a decent length for the sized sword that we need. The things we'll be doing for this is we'll be drawing it out, we'll be widening it, and then we'll be forging in a fuller, drawing out a point to it, and just general shaping of the sword. We don't need to make it sharp, but we do need to harden and temper it, and that'll be fun. We won't get to finish it today. Making a sword takes a long time, but it should be good fun. What are you doping? Nothing.
Maximum length for a sword is 90 centimeters.
90 centimeters, then 80 here is plenty. And that's blade and hand?
I think that's blade and hand.
Yeah, totally. Alright. Gonna cut off another point. Go. This is much more manageable, just taking off about 20 centimeters. I'm gonna turn that around. I'm gonna be really, really careful with where did I put where are the brushes? Brushes. I have
there
this.
and there.
Just gonna see what it looks like here. Okay, it's looking good. No cracking or anything like that. I want to make this completely straight before we start forging out the shape of it all. What else do we make besides swords? Chastity belts? No, not quite, but I do make a lot of different things. If you want to take a look at the stuff that I make, I have an Instagram. You can find that. Just search for Matilo Workshop on Instagram. Or my web shop, matilo.dk, where I sell my things. Every Wednesday, it is Wednesday, and we make ones. I have one in the works right now. So we make Harry Potter style ones every Wednesday. This one is the one I worked on last Wednesday. It's got this neat little Rubik's twist is what it's called. And then up here we'll be inserting a glass marble in between there, so it'll hold on to a glass marble. Very nice. And that should be a cool little wand. We have a couple of those for sale. Or I have rather. I make tomahawks. Where did I put? I have a tomahawk. I make tomahawk axes like this one. This is a small little one, spiked tomahawk. Make those kind of things.
That's a bit dangerous.
Much better. I just kind of throw it into a random piece of wood, and it's kind of like, oh, we have a spike sticking out now right where you walk. That's a bad thing. Well, we're not in a windmill, but we are in an old stables from 1912. I've got some heat on this. Not that bad. You make a spike ball. Probably could. For money.
What money?
Takes a little while to heat up. Just a matter of getting it nice and straight. We have a bend here in the center we're going to deal with. Ooh, that is so hot.
It's so hot.
So weird.
It's almost like the towel in your bedroom.
It took me a second. I was like,
Yeah.
God damn. Alright, let me see here. Yeah, thanks Creamer. Twitch has much better quality indeed. What's the leaf from? What are you talking about? What leaf? Oh, you're the one who's Keemer. Okay, then never mind. No thanks. No, I'm kidding. What's the thing in your right? It looks like a weight lift or something. Oh, that's my that's a fly press. It delivers like 5-10 tons of pressure, downward pressure, when you swing the wheel. Very nice. We'll be using it later for some stuff. Can you make a kunai? I probably could. Can you pay for a kunai though? You just hurt your hand. I burned it earlier. It's not bad. I don't feel anything. I just wanted to kind of take a look at it. What are you doing? Forging a sword. That's what we're doing. And Jotun is working on a kitchen knife. So we're just getting ready. We're just prepping the material. We're using a scrap steel for this. So we're spending a little bit of time straightening it out. This was a harrow's tooth earlier. But now that we've got it straightened out, we can begin actually forging. Should be nice. Yeah. I'm going to need the 1.5 kilo. Or go for, oh, this is very big. I probably want to just go for the 2 kilo. More weight, more better in this instance. So
Then I'm going to take this one.
yeah, that's all good. So what's now we got it all straight. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get the tip forged in. And there's some technical stuff about how material moves when you hammer it that relates to the ram weight or the hammer weight. The hammer I've been swinging up until now is a 1 kilo hammer. I'm just going up to a 2 kilo hammer right now. The reason why I do that is because the thicker the material that I am trying to move, the heavier the ram weight I need in order for the kinetic energy that I put into the steel or the material to travel deeply enough into the material to move it all the way into the core. If I swing a light hammer on the piece of steel that is 4 centimeters thick, it'll only travel in up to like 18 mil into the steel. But if I go in with a 2 kilo hammer, it'll travel in twice as far, or maybe like something along those lines. I don't know the exact numbers, but it'll travel in much further, and it'll help me shape up the tip of it. If I work with too light of a hammer, what I'll end up with is fish mouthing. Fish mouthing is what happens when the outside of the material will move, but the core won't. So for those of you who can see the anvil on Twitch, you'll get to see this. So if you get fish mouthing, what happens is you get something that looks like this, where this is damp, so it won't actually dry, or it won't actually write on it. But you get a little like fish, a little mouth, because the outsides will fold over and mushroom over, but the inside won't. But if you've got enough heavy weight, the entire piece will move essentially. The other thing that's important is that you need to make sure that it is a proper temperature. If it's too cold, that'll also fuck it up. So proper temperature, proper ram weight, and this is the only instance where you need a heavier hammer. Blacksmithing, you can get most blacksmithing done with a 1 kilo hammer. Even 800 grams will get you most things done. But if you're working thick stuff, you need a heavy hammer. it might actually be that a 2 kilo isn't enough, and then we might have to go up to something like a 4 or 5 kilo sledge. But for now it should be good. What type of steel are you using? I'm using a Harrow's tooth, so it's some sort of alloy that is hardenable. Which one exactly, I don't know. I don't think this one is spring steel, I think this is something else. But Harrow's teeth are usually some sort of spring steel. I know for a fact that this spring steel will not weld. That's what I know. Yes, he's Norwegian. No, he's not. He's Danish. This guy looks like human diesel fuel. Is that a compliment or? Alright, so we got some heat on this. This is nice and hot. So we take this 2 kilo hammer and we begin forging this down. And for those of you who do blacksmithing or knife forging, you will know that usually I should be fish mouthing right now. This entire piece should be mushrooming over and creating a fish mouth. But when I'm done here, I can show you there's no fish mouthing because I'm using the proper weight hammer for the thickness of the material that I am forging. It is so crucial and it is so basic, but there are so many blacksmiths who are not aware of this basic fact. And it's a little bit embarrassing, to be honest. So I'm just taking a 3.5 centimeter piece of steel, and I've started forging that down. And I have no fish mouthing at all because I'm using the proper weight hammer. Acres, you might be able to, I don't know if you know about this, but you know, like fish mouthing, how much of a problem that is. Heavier hammer solves that issue. You don't have to worry about it. It's really that simple. Just use a heavier hammer. Obviously, you don't want to swing a 2 kilo hammer for very long, so you only use it when you have to. But that is the solution. And it is so simple. I love the flowery tank top. Thank you. Let me see. We still have 6,000 people watching on Reddit. It's very nice. Hello from Russia. Hello, Russia. I have not studied at all to become a blacksmith. I've been blacksmithing for 2.5 years here in my own shop. I'm self-taught. How do you take care of your elbows? Looks like it'll hurt. If it does hurt, you stop. Your elbows are not supposed to hurt, but the way you may take care of your arms and make sure you avoid injury is by having proper hammer technique. Proper hammer technique involves using all of your joints as best as you can. I don't do this all the time. Sometimes you see me do things that aren't correct. But a proper hammer swing starts up here. You form a triangle with the hammer and your arm, right? Then you pull down your elbow, which engages your shoulder. Then you pull down your wrist, which engages your elbow. And then you whip the hammerhead forward, which engages your wrist. And that gives you the last little bit of force. And that's a proper hammer swing. If you do this and you do it right, you don't run into issues. The other thing is how you handle the hammer. A hammer grip is not how you hold a hammer. You don't do like a clenched fist like this around the handle. I only ever really hold it with like 2 or 3 fingers like this, like you're sipping tea, like a fine British lady, right? That's how you actually hold this. Let me just show you, right? My fingers are sticking out right now. Can you see that? I know I'm not swinging hard, but I'm trying to make it slow enough for you guys to tell. I'm not using all of my fingers to hold this. What that does is it gives me a loose grip. I'm not in risk of losing the hammer, but it gives me a loose grip that means that the shock won't travel up my arm, and it'll save my wrist and elbow from a lot of shock and issues like that. And that's how you swing a hammer without getting injured. Now that I've got this down in place, I'm gonna go down to a 1.5 kilo. I can swing that a little bit easier. Just thin down this material some. One of the important parts about blacksmithing and forging this kind of unknown steel is you have to make sure that it's at a proper temperature. So even though it's still bright orange, I put it back in the forge to get more heat in it. The reason why we do this is that the hotter the steel is, the more malleable it is. So there are 2 reasons to keep it hot. One, if it's easier to move when it's hotter, it means you have to do less work the hotter it is. So you want to keep it hot so you save yourself your arm strength. And the other reason is that if the steel gets a little bit too cold and you're hammering on it, you might introduce stress fractures into it. And that's a big bad thing. You don't want to introduce that, especially not in something like a sword that's going to be very long and see a lot of stress. So you want to keep it hot while you're forging it, and as soon as it starts getting cold, put it back in the fire and preserve our strength. We were just above 7,000 people watching. That was nice. Yeah, forging a sword, Viking style sword for Western HEMA. I got my buddy in the background here. He's forging a kitchen knife. Unknown steel. Yeah, we're using Harrow's tooth. Harrow's tooth is usually a spring steel, but this one in particular is a little bit tricky. I don't know for sure what kind of steel it is. So I'm treating it like a spring steel, but being a little bit extra careful with keeping the temperature nice and hot. What do you usually make? All sorts of stuff. Alright, and I have a web shop, matilo.dk. I have Instagram, YouTube, all that stuff. Just search for Matilo Workshop. And I have a Discord server as well if you want to follow the Discord server. If you're watching from Reddit, I have a link right there in the overlay. If you're watching from Twitch, you can find the link in the description down below. And again, if you're watching from Reddit and want to see in closer detail what goes on at the anvil, you can watch from Twitch. It has a better camera and it's more enjoyable, and you can follow me there and get notified when I go live. I broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And Wednesdays we make wands, and the current wand project, we're almost done with this one, but this is a little wand that I've been working on with a little Rubik's twist. And up here we'll insert a glass marble to be held there, and that'll be a very nice thing. That'll be for sale on the shop if we can get it to work. Alright, so just getting this pointed down. It's a very thick piece of steel as it is right now, but that's alright. Now just thinning this down a little bit so it's not too thick. I need a slightly lighter hammer, so I'm going to grab this one. This is a 1 kilo. I'm going to use that to do some of the correction on this. So we're down to a 1 kilo. This is the weight that I use most of the time. It's a little bit cold now, but we're just doing a little bit of kind of cleaning up. So now we have a point to this very basic point. Alright, let me see here. You want to be a blacksmith? Then get blacksmithing. I know the Harrow discs are 1080, probably the same if you want to check out heat treat info. When you say discs, yeah, you're thinking about, yeah, like the tooth, like the outermost point, that'll be like really hard steel. These are the tines, like the big, like curly ones. Those are usually spring. But it's just that these ones in particular have been a little bit weird for me to use thus far. But I might have just gotten a bad one that had a lot of stress fractures in it to begin with. How do you quench? You quench by heating up to a specific temperature, and then you cool it off rapidly in either water or oil. Some steels will actually air harden, so you don't have to quench them. That's how that works. Yeah, the bounce is when I'm repositioning the material in my left hand. Just ordered one of my leather wallets. Love your products. Thanks, man. That's very nice. Must be one of the card holders, right? Oh, order failed. There's something with the payment that didn't go through. So you're gonna have to try that again. Rakes at $10.95 also, if it's the same, could be called something different overseas. All I know is it's called a Harrow's tooth. Houten på dansk. I did see the order go through, but the payment failed somehow. If you don't know why, send me an email. We'll see if we can figure it out. Is that a? Yeah, that's a sleeve for my phone I made. Yeah. I'm gonna take another heat just to kind of pin this down some more because it is very thick right now. Also just getting a little bit of practice in refining it at a tip like this. It was looking pretty good actually, so there was very little need. There we go, that's very nice. So now the problem is, I don't actually know what I want to bother with the next step here. It's very thick obviously, so we have a couple of things we need to do. One, we want to draw out some length for it, and we also want to widen it a little bit and fuller the center. And I'm thinking that I should start with the fullering really. I'm gonna reclaim the
Oh, that hurt.
Just the fly press I need to
Oh, right.
But you can move over to the main angle if you want to.
Yeah.
I got a hot scale in your mouth. Got scale in your mouth, yeah.
That's not bad.
Alright, we came off top broadcast now. We still have 3 hours of broadcast time left. You have to worry about aging the steel when forging a sword, or is the furnace not hot enough? It doesn't fuck it up that much. You don't want to leave it in there because it'll change the grain structure. It'll enlarge the grain size, and that's not good. But it's not a problem really, as long as you don't leave it in there for way too long. What muscle is the arm in the arm is he using to impact the perfect force? It's tricep mostly, so it's the back arm is what you use to pull a rope down with. All right, so I'm gonna need to use the press here.
Yep, I'm gonna move over here.
Yeah. Right, so while he forges at the angle, I'll be doing some pouring down here in the back. Yeah.
Check the cables. Yeah, I did. I made sure it didn't hit any cables. Only one of us do that.
So what I've started doing over here is just started to put in a fuller. It might be tricky to tell, but it's just a groove that that's gonna go the full length of this. I know, like Viking swords, like this tip is too acute for a Viking sword, right? It's too pointed. Yeah.
It is.
But we'll be fanning it out later, give it some width, and we want it to be tapering along the full length as well. But I just want to put this in now, a little bit of it, and then we got a better control of where we want to go.
Yeah, because it needs the rounded tip.
Yeah, obviously safety stuff,
yeah.
but also just Viking swords in general are much more kind of
rounded,
not so pointed.
Till son, dinner's not gonna cook itself.
That's true.
No, go make dinner.
Yeah, no, what?
Huh?
Wow. That's not what we. I didn't sign up for that.
Right, leave the handle.
Oh, I'll stay. Yeah. Right. You're hot pocket, sorry. Tell us how long beard is useful for blacksmithing. What are they making? He's working on a kitchen knife. I'm working on a sword. I'm currently using the fly press to fuller the sword, and he's using the anvil here to forge out, so you guys have something to actually look at while I use the press down here in the back, because there's not a lot of visual going on in the back here.
You do realize a long beard is required by law to work with metal continuously, right? Yeah. Except long beard has nothing to do with this. Beard helps prevent hot scales from hitting your face, though. Yeah, well, not really. Hit my mouth before. That looks sort of centered. Norwegian? No, we're Danish. Not close enough. Have the beard, but not the metal working knowledge. Yeah, that's the same as me. I haven't been forging for all that long. He's the one who's been forging far, far longer than I have, so I'm basically at apprentice level.
I'm gonna have to build a quench tank for that sword. I don't
Yeah.
have anything big enough. That'll involve a long pipe of some sort.
Yeah, I was just about to say, don't you have like a long tube that you could put it into?
Yeah, I just need like a long plastic tube that's fine for a single time use. The best thing would be a long metal container, getting a big long something. I could weld something up, might do that. So I have a permanent solution for future. Yeah. I'm considering working like just doing the the tip at like maybe 30 centimeters back and get that kind of sorted out.
Yep.
See what I end up with,
Yep.
then go back and do the rest.
Do it.
Make sure you don't leave the steel too long in there because it.
I was just trying to see if anything was going on that we needed to answer.
No answers. Just forge. That's all we have. Do you have a custom shop? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like this is a shop I kind of put together. Yeah. Really sure you. Good afternoon, Bitter Rose. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. I've wondered how to make a living doing this kind of work. Would enjoy it more than what I currently do. It's difficult making a living. I'm not making a living. I work part-time. It takes a lot of years of dedicated training. I won't say practice because it's not practice, it's training. To get to a point where you can be efficient enough and good enough to actually make money from what you do. Otherwise, it's going to be too bad and too expensive, time-wise. Anything for sale? Yes, matilo.dk. It's my web shop. Hello, Mighty Nim. Yeah. Glad to have you back, Bitter Rose, yeah? What is your website if like a rice cake soon?
I have no idea. I was just wondering about that one.
Yeah, I was like, what? My web shop is matilo.dk if you want to look out at my store and what it has.
Hello, Chrysalis.
I'm really curious if like if I should draw this down further because it's so thick. It's like almost it's a centimeter thick. So drawing out to the sides is gonna have a very tall ridge on the I don't know.
Yeah, it needs to be kind of slick.
Yeah. But if it is thick on the as long as the fuller is fine in thickness, the rest can be ground to shape. But I'm gonna forge some out here, I think. Right. But just now I've confirmed that I can actually make that puller there and get that going all the way down without it wobbling too much if I'm careful, so it's alright.
It looks kind of straight.
Yeah, it's got a little bit, but for
Not
being
too bad.
forged, that's alright.
It's manageable.
And I've only just kind of roughed it in very, very slightly, so corrections will come with time.
Yeah.
I'm going to reclaim the end.
Yep, that's fine.
These tongs here in the back. Can I have that hammer there? You want to have 1 kilo? Are you using the crossbow?
No. Okay, no, I'm done with that.
Yeah, alright. Alright, let me see here. Now I'm back with the anvil, so I can catch up with chat. There are some masterpieces on your website. You forged me a girlfriend. I can't even forge myself a girlfriend. What do you do full time? I don't do anything full time. I work part time. I work in a youth club doing work with teenagers. Brass knuckles are not forged, they're cast. We don't do casting, or I don't do casting. Let's see here. What did I hit Chrysalis? If I missed, I don't know if I did. Good morning, good afternoon, yes. Have you seen another round? Oh yeah, no I haven't. I don't really care for Danish movies. There's a theory going that we're 4 feet tall because we're dwarves.
Well, not wrong.
Yeah. Okay, so what we have going here is this very, very acute point, and we don't really want that. So I'm gonna start forging this down a little bit, giving it a little bit of a taper. See how well I can get this forged out. Keep in mind, forging sword tips is not something I've done. So, how we get that done, we don't know. It is all practice for me, all practice. I can just be yours. No need to forge one. I'll make you food. Yeah, if that's the parameter to be my girlfriend. Jotun has already taken that spot. You just need to make me food. That's what it takes. Be my something friend. Should try with sand and shit. That doesn't sound very sanitary. If COVID wasn't a thing, I'd be running classes in here, both with teenagers and kind of adults, and doing all sorts of stuff like that. But COVID, so that sucks. I just got my shop ready to do classes, and I got to run one class for like a month and a half, and then we had to shut down. You also do smithery, that's nice. What did you BJ? To get a little bit of a bevel on here. What I want to do is I'm going to try and maintain a good profile on this. There we go. little bit curious about how, like, what's the best way to kind of shape this out, because I want to thin it, and I can thin it out in 2 directions, and it's kind of like which way would make most sense for the amount of material I have, and that can be tricky to figure out. How cold is the shop? Not very. See you later, bot later. Have you ever hit your thumb? Yeah.
Wait. Am I actually being?
Oh yeah, Amunias is being like, yeah, Jotun is the best. He makes
Of course
food.
Finally, someone see it.
Finally, someone loves me. Ah! This is all I wanted. My purpose has been recognized. Jotun is great for sure, but which one of you do you take home to your mother?
Huh?
Yeah. But Jotun is spoon master, that is true.
Which one do you take home to your mother?
Me, for sure, 100%.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Are you
100%.
Well, you do cook.
I do cook, but I'm also married. That's true.
Sharing is caring. Oh my lord.
That's true.
I just have this piece of ice that I grab once in a while because I burned my hand a little bit. And it's slowly melting, but it's nice and comfy now, size-wise.
It's not that bad anymore.
No, it wasn't really that bad to begin with. The ice does wonders.
Told you.
I wouldn't even fight Miss Bispo. She'll.
Huh?
Oh, they're talking about fighting Miss Bispo, I think, and yeah. I just say I wouldn't even fight her. I think she's fierce.
Yeah, you'd lose.
Yeah. She's also like a fucking head, like a head higher than me. Like
Yeah.
she's tall as fuck.
I mean, she's I think she's like barely a centimeter shorter than me.
Yeah.
But all I know is that I'm taller than Acres.
What's he making? I'm making a sword. Forging out a sword right now by hand. Yeah. Your last name is Smith. That doesn't count. You could do some left-hand forging with this. I don't think I'm gonna bother though. Just waiting for the steel to heat up.
to look like a thing.
It's beginning to look like a thing. That is just the voice of confidence.
Yep.
I'm gonna clean my hand.
Yep. Do it.
So right now I'm just focusing on kind of forging out the tip of the sword because I just want to make sure that the technique I'm using for shaping it up works out nicely. And I think it does. As long as like what kind of tip am I wanting for a Viking sword? Right, so I want it to be something like this, like with, and it'll go up to some sort of point. It needs obviously to be rounded.
It has to be rounded.
Oh, is this too fat up there?
It is.
It's way fat.
That is already very fat.
Like width-wise?
Yeah.
Oh, so it needs to be even pointier. I always figured that they were actually kind of wide all the way up to the point.
No, they aren't. They're
Okay.
sort of wider in the bottom than in the top.
Yeah, they'll
But
taper
at
to a
the
point.
top, it's like
Like how?
barely that width.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna thin this out some more then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
that's good. Then I know what to do. That's good. I should probably just Google is sword, so I have like a.
But also, don't you have the small widget thing from Moscow?
I do have things over there on the blue shelf. Let me see here what I can
Yeah,
find of
because-
images.
Here you have like the rounding it's supposed to be at the top.
Yeah.
So that's how round it's supposed to be. And oh, you don't have those.
Yeah, so when I look at this, right, so yeah, it tapers from outside down to a point,
Yeah.
and then it gets to a more acute point
Exactly.
right there at the end there. The fuller stops before that acute point starts.
Yep.
That's the end of. Okay.
But I can also see you don't have the small groove for the swords.
For the edge,
For the width. Yeah, the edge.
that's the 2 mil. That's the cutting edge where axis is starting.
Oh, that's because the one I got is made differently.
Yeah. Okay.
It's up here, the one I got.
But yeah, so that's the 2 mil groove.
Alright. Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah.
That ice almost jumped into my kneecap.
Sit down. All right. Forging.
Yeah, acres taller than 188.
So we're gonna narrow this down some. It's a little bit wide for the tip here. That's all right. We can deal with that. When you thin out steel like this, you want to be careful about getting it too wobbly. So we just want to be careful. We're moving it around constantly. We're not just hammering from one side. We're constantly moving it around, seeing okay where do we have an area that is a little bit, what do you call it, wobbly. Yeah? So I just got this down to a nicer thickness. I want to do it a little bit more, but then I'm probably going to go over to the horn and draw the entire thing out. Or not the entire thing, but some of it. I want to draw that out. I'm going to grab the ice here. Yeah, making swords. Sword making. Yes, yes. No, we do not do any raiding in the weekend. Now, it's not common to speak English to each other, but we are currently because we're live streaming. But where most Danish people will speak decent English, usually with a heavier accent than what we do. But
I mean, I have a fairly heavy accent.
It's gotten better though.
Yeah, but also I haven't used it in a long, long time.
Yeah. If it helps, I found some Harrow's Tooth info. It ranges from 1060 to 1095. Typically heat treat like 1080. Alright, that's interesting. Like I just like in like here most people just be like, yeah, it's spring steel. And I've even met people who will insist that it is mild steel, and I'm just like, no, it's not. It's fucking not. Like any person can just test that and be like, nope, it's not mild steel. But people are dumb like that. Got a little bit of a bolt right here. Just gonna hammer that down. I wanna taper this down. I'm gonna leave the tip be, but I wanna taper this down while maintaining the width of it, which is a little bit tricky. This is why you really want to start with material that is the size you want it to be. But that got that point in order a lot better. You're all from the city? Oh yeah. Well, I'm born and raised here. Jotun comes from somewhere like nearby, but like an hour's drive from here or something like that. Yeah, 6 foot. We're making sword today. We're doing the thing. What?
I'm from the north.
I'm from the north.
Not from goddamn middle of jungle.
You're in the middle of fucking nowhere. That's where you're from. We're using a Harrow's Tooth, a big ass Harrow's Tooth. Let me find one. So this is what we're using. What I'm using is a Harrow's Tooth that's like 3 by 10 mil, or like 30 by 10 mil. Sorry. Yeah, 30 by 10 approximately. Old school Harrow's Tooth, or a tine, whatever you want to call it. They're good sizes for swords, really. Hello, Ragnas. Jotun of the fucking nowhere north.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm from.
Ja.
Ude hvor kraveren vender.
You've heard native English speakers that don't speak as well as us. Yeah, well, people sometimes suck at things. That's just the way it goes. But if we contemplate the nature of the English language, we can determine that.
No, shut up. Shut your mouth.
Viking sword is what we're making. Damn, I think my idea of having like a minimum budget of sword for like 2k USD is pretty spot on. Just for God, I worked out last night. What?
What for what now?
I think my idea for taking 2k as a budget for a sword is pretty good, like USD. It's like 12,000, 13,000 in.
Yeah, That's not too bad.
It might not take that much, but that's like my minimum budget. If the budget is lower than that, I won't accept it. Even though it might just cost like 1,500. I worked out last night, so my arm is like kind of tensed up and sore a little bit. I don't know why I do that Sunday evening. It's like I know I'm gonna be forging Monday by now.
I mean, when your girlfriend's there anyway, so why not?
Well,
Huh? Oh, not that kind of workout.
the kitchen table pull-ups. I just found that kind of funny.
Yeah, I tried that one time and I pulled the table down on me.
Yeah.
Not gonna do that again.
No, that's fucking. That's it. I would have loved to see that.
That is how we go.
That's hilarious. Oh, developing a little bit of a twist in it. Gonna have to draw that out a lot more. I'm gonna take this. This has a rounded face, so it'll draw out a little bit more aggressively. I'm gonna go over the horn. I'm gonna draw out the length of this a little bit. Yusun is making a kitchen knife.
What sounds like wet slapping?
I don't know. Maybe this?
Yeah. Yeah, wet slapping. Let's call it that. Sounds like a good Sunday workout.
Yeah. God damn it. It's tricky. I finally got this handle kind of sorted out, so that was nice. There are only two things in this world I cannot stand: intolerance of other people's cultures and the Dutch. That's funny. Did you scrap it, or is it just cooling off?
No, it's just cooling down.
All right, good. So I'm thinning this down quite a bit, and then I'm gonna re-floor it. So just kind of go back a smidge. Alright, because if this is the length you want before the tapered out, following the when I do the bevels, it should land somewhere around there.
Alright, that's cool.
So I'm just going to take it to the grinder afterwards.
Yeah.
And then I'm done.
All right.
I have to go to my groceries too.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta cook. It's 3 p.m. too, yeah.
Should be finished by like half an hour. I'm done. Then
Yeah.
I'm gonna drive to Infusion.
What are we having today? All right. It's gonna be like half an egg. That's it. Here.
Here, a half-boiled half egg.
Yes. Where's the other half?
I ate it.
I threw it out. It's just because.
I drank it for protein.
Yeah. What's the coolest thing you forged? I don't know. Take a look at my Instagram and judge. I don't have that much cool stuff I've done. Should you sleep? You probably should.
No, not at all.
But it's healthy. It's good for you. Sleep is
Sleep's not
nice.
good.
We like sleep.
No, sleep's not good.
God damn it. Why do we always have to be like this?
Just is. Honey, I know I'm gonna get flagged for this when I come home, but shut your mouth. Now I have to change it.
Ah, god damn it, now he's gonna have a half-boiled egg. God. God damn it. I'm just cleaning up this edge, flattening it out. Getting a twist out of there before we start reworking the bevel. Got a very thick edge. I also gotta remember the footer. The fuller is gonna widen the thing as well. It's a little bit dangerous. I have to grind that to shape then if it gets too wide.
Alright, I'm going to turn on the grinder.
Yeah. Manstay. Yes, it's Manstay. You have to do some woodworking as well to make some of your products. Once in a while, some handles and stuff like that. But I don't do a lot of woodworking. Thanks for the sub, Siren. 11 months. Very nice of you. I appreciate that. Notice how Catawampus this is getting on us right now. That's alright. It'll straighten up later. Figure out. Managed to nick my my anvil right there. Yeah, it's actually going to be a sword, making a Viking sword. That can't have been this hammer. This hammer is so soft, it can't have been this one, so it wasn't. Wasn't this one either. I think I found the culprit. I don't know. Oh, it could have been the crossbeam. Oh, yeah. Crossbeam got covered. We're gonna redress that later. See how crooked that has become now? That's alright, we'll sort that out later. If we were making a saber, this would be just fine. However, we are not making a banana sword, so we're gonna straighten that out. And that'll happen when we make the other fuller for the other side. Or not fuller, bevel. And that'll sort that out. Why is the anvil shaped like that? It's there are many different ways anvils are shaped. This one just happens to be the one that won out because it's the British pattern, the London pattern anvil. And as you know, Britain had a thing of conquering the entire world, so their things and tendencies tended to spread. There are also German and Italian style anvils or pattern anvils. Well, I did make the sub, but just so the name was taken, like so I had it. I don't know what we'll use it for, but we'll figure something out. Yeah, katanas are straight until he's cheated. Exactly. What we're gonna do here, we're gonna grab this, we're gonna begin hammering out the bevel here, and that'll straighten out the blade. Just you wait and see, it'll happen all on its own. See, now it's getting a little bit more straight. That sounds like fun and pain siren at the same time. Yeah, stop being a fat American and become a fat European. It's much better. Because free healthcare is better for... Yeah. Well, it is crooked right now, but it won't be. Now it's straightening out again. The sword is going to be for a HEMA, so reenactment fighting. So it will not be sharp. but it will be made just as if it was supposed to be a sharp sword. But now it's relatively straight again. Got it thinned out some. We still need more thinning out to do, but it's alright. It'll be a minimum of 2 mil wide edge. What does Yushin like to cook? Just various different types of food and lots of it. I don't know. Well, his signature dish is he does like a, I don't know what it's called actually. Food. Jotun does Hima. I don't. I just do blacksmithing. In theory, if it was going to be sharp, how would we sharpen it? At a belt grinder. And then I would hand sand it afterwards to clean it up nice. So this width here, for the tip, that's better, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Just cleaning up the edge a little bit. The bullering I did earlier is almost completely gone, so that is just something you gotta do later after we've shaped it up better.
Alright, I'm just gonna plug this in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. You kind of want to hammer it in. I hate that plug. It's the worst.
Oh, that sucks. Isn't there another one? This doesn't go down there and like this.
Like so the way I get it in is just I usually like I have to kind of punch it in, otherwise it won't go. If I even can. Like so, I plug it in. I have to be like kind of. I don't know why, but there's like a safety thing that means so you kind of like force your way through. It's fucking horrible.
Alright, this is gonna suck a bit for the viewers.
Nah, that's fine. What song am I listening to? I'm listening to Synthwave. What kind of sword is it? Viking sword? Yeah? There's no specific name, it's just Viking sword. Got a little bit of a twist in it that tends to happen. It takes a long ass time drawing this out. Should probably, so I definitely want to, in the future when I'm prepping material, I definitely want to draw it out to be a lot thinner before I start shaping up the sword. Because this is taking a long time. using folding steel just for cosmetics? Yes, it is. Just to be completely clear, the only reason why Japanese smiths folded the steel was because Japan had shit steel, and it was the only way to make it remotely usable. There's no benefit to folding steel if the quality of it is alright. You only have to do that for low quality steel. Alright, so that's got the twist out of there for the most part. Let's straighten that out some. Right, so this is still pretty thick, but width-wise,
Yeah, much better.
thickness it's still got a lot. Gotta take care of, but it is getting closer to it.
But the width is fine.
Yeah. And the point is or obviously the rounding is a little bit off,
Yeah, well,
but otherwise like
Always fix
the shape of the point is generally alright.
yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Alright.
And I got the rough of this done too.
Yeah. Nice.
It's gonna be good.
That is a
good
real
for
shame.
fillets.
Ah, yeah. You want to make it real thin then, like for fillet.
No, not for filleting a fish.
Oh, okay,
For,
yeah.
for fillet.
Ah, yeah. Oh no, someone linked something. Yeah, a moderator has to give you the permit.
Yeah, I'm fairly satisfied with that.
Alright. You're visiting Denmark in a few months. What activity do you recommend? Well, it's COVID, so there's not a lot of activities to do.
Take a walk.
Yeah, take a walk.
It's about the only thing you can do.
You didn't hear anything I said? Alright, just to reiterate, the only reason why the Japanese folded their steel is because their steel was shit. And it would have been completely unusable if they didn't do that. It was a necessity for them, but for no one else, because everyone else had proper steel. There's no benefit to folding steel. It doesn't do anything if the base material you're starting with is of decent quality. Ever made a rapier? Nope. I haven't actually done a full sword before. I've only made a dagger. Yeah, Damascus is 100% just for looks. It's essentially a way for a blacksmith to put in more hours into a material or into a project so that it becomes more valuable, and he has to make fewer sales. He puts more hours into a single project and he can sell that at a higher cost or at a higher price. Instead of him having to sell 100 knives a year, he can get away with selling maybe 20 knives a year and make a decent money. Tormod! well, they didn't purify it. They folded it they folded it to take the impurities in the steel and even them out. And that's the old like European steel production did the same thing for wrought iron. But Japanese steel had to be done at a much higher amount to try and get it decent. But there's no like, if you look at like it's not like old Japanese steel can compare to any modern steel at all. Like, it's not like they did anything exceptional. They just kind of tried and make it as clean as they could. But nothing special about it. It's getting there slowly.
I'm taking a key.
Yeah, that's so
Go
good.
buy food.
Yes. Have fun.
Figure out if I'm going to buy something else now.
Yeah. No, there's no such thing as pure steel. Even pure iron isn't a thing. It's almost chemically impossible to have pure iron. But clean steel, in the context of blacksmithing, we use the term clean to signify the level of slack in the steel. Like impurities, like silica and other shit that isn't part of the alloy. I think I got this pinned down to where I want it. So I'm just gonna straighten it out. A way to, if something is crooked, the way to straighten it is to do this. You guys have probably seen people do this. You just kind of do that, and that'll wobble it into straightness. The problem is it sometimes also introduces a new bend where you don't want it. So you don't do it that much. Let's straighten up for now. The bevel can be cleaned up later, but that's alright. That's the start. We gotta do this the entire length. I'm gonna move a little bit further down the length of this. Have you had lunch? I have not. I should. How are you in short sleeves? It's not. I'm working. I'm moving. So it's not a problem. I don't get that cold. What are you making, mate? I'm making a sword right now, Viking style sword for European martial arts, historical European martial arts. Hello, Tom Troll. Yeah, I have some pasta salad. I should have asked. I should have asked YouTube to bring me some. I'm just gonna quickly run in there and get my food out. I'll be right back if he's still there. Alright, we're back. Got some food, got some sword. I'm not gonna take a dedicated break. I think I'm just gonna eat a little here and then. Gonna get my hat on. Gonna take this over the horn. I'm gonna draw this out. Gonna switch the hammer out. Heavier hammer. More heavy, more better right now. That's incorrect. Flux is not for reducing the temperature for melting. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're doing. You introduce flux to prohibit oxidation. And if you're working with an impure iron or steel that includes a lot of silica, you don't need flux because the silica works as the flux. Just want to point that out. You don't melt the steel at all. God damn it. We got pasta salad with some chicken in it. Very good. No, so the Damascus thing or the forge welding of tool steel and mild steel isn't for the strength of it. You did it because steel was prohibitively expensive. Bigger bucket for the water, what? Interestingly enough, we're seeing some fish mouthing here. Swinging the 1.5 kilo hammer on a 3 centimeter thick piece of steel isn't working out for us. That means, if we're seeing that fish mouthing, that means we're swinging too light of a hammer. So we want to go over to a 2 kilo. Excuse me. I will not finish the blade today, I don't think. I only have a couple of hours left. 2 hours tops, maybe an hour and a half before I have to go. Oh no, I'm not getting mad at all. Thanks for the sub, Neptune. That was nice of you. You haven't seen me mad if you think I'm getting mad at the Japanese sword stuff. Oh no, that's not my that's not water, that's a quench tank. I need to make a quench tank. One with the squad, yes. Martillo is an Italian word, that's true. It means hammer. Guess what my name is? The 2 kilo hammer is the limit of what I can swing. The handle here isn't so good. It's got black varnish on it. I think I should maybe round up the face of this a little bit more. Give it some concavity. Not really aurum. The souls of the animal. No, that's not Damascus, Jormungandr. That is not has not anything to do with Damascus. The Vikings didn't make Damascus. The name Damascus comes from the fact that the European countries imported Damascus steel from the city of Damascus in Syria. Most of it was produced in Pakistan and India, and then exported to Damascus and sold to Europe through there. So they didn't accidentally make Damascus, and they certainly didn't put they certainly didn't benefit from putting animal bones into the iron, because you can't even do that. Animal bones burn if you heat them up. So there's no way to put them into iron. What would happen is that you have let's say you have a smelting furnace. That is what you use to produce the iron, and you put bone in there. What happens is that bones burn. That bone just burns and turns into carbon, which is already, that the entire furnace is already full of carbon because it's being fueled with wood, charcoal, which is just carbon. So that would have zero effect on the steel. That's just pure myth. Thanks for the 23 months, my third favorite Vega. And it is likely a combination of the fact that, I'll talk about that in a moment when I've done this. Because maybe a So, what I think you're mixing up is the fact that you used to, back in the day, traditionally, the way you would add carbon to iron and make it into hardenable steel would to carburize it. So the way you do that is that you heat up the steel and you let it sit next to, or you heat up the iron, and then you let it sit compacted in between something that is full of carbon, like, for instance, coal. So just by forging with coal, you pull carbon from the coal into the iron. Or animal bones or horse hooves and stuff like that, they contain a lot of carbon, and historically and traditionally, you have used bones and bone meal to pull carbon from the animal product into the iron and turn it into steel. But it is a long and dedicated process. You don't do this coincidentally, because in order for you to get any amount of carbon into the steel, it takes hours upon hours, easily 8 hours, 16 hours, 32 hours. There's an algorithm for, a mathematical algorithm for how, like, for every millimeter you want to go into the steel or add carbon into it, you have to let it, like, exponentially let it sit further and further, or longer and longer in the carburizing process. It's always time for sausage. Good night, Neptune. let me see here. Hema swords are left dull because you don't want to kill people. You're very good at explaining things. I'm learning a lot. Well, yeah, thanks. Jumanier, yeah, catalyzer, yeah, carburizer. I will be making more swords. I have plans. Like, I actually wanted to be making a different sword today, but I just it's a bigger sword. So I figured this one is a good one. It won't take us. This sword, because it's for Hema, doesn't need the same level of polish and finish. So it's a better starting point. And I might just forge out the blade and sell that, and then let someone else handle it and all that. But I don't know. Without the carbon process, what's the typical time for making a sword? It really depends on the sword you're making. And we don't make our own steel, we buy that. That's how it works in the modern day and age. Well, my name is Hammer. And then I used Martillo Workshop, or Martillo as a gamer tag for the longest time, and I just kept it for my business. Alright, got this down to a thickness. Now I go to a lighter hammer. What's the benefit of carbon infusion? It's how you make steel, traditionally. You have to add carbon to the iron in order to make it steel and hardenable. So, and steel is, like, that's the benefit, it gets harder. Tom Toil, no. We didn't get, like, metal is metal. It doesn't matter if you get it where you get it from. It's just a matter of how much you can purify it, clean it up. Danish metal was weaker not because it was from swamps, because it wasn't. It's what we call myrmalm, which is yes, but it's not found in swamps. Like, it's not like you found, like, oh, there's like washy water and then you'd be like, oh, here's a lump of iron. That's not how that works. It is iron ore that is part of dirt, and you take that dirt and you refine it and you pull the iron ore out. So that's how that works. Gonna start making a little bit more of a bevel down here after having thinned it out. Hopefully that should work all right. starting to get so thin that it wants to wobble, and that's where you want it. Sounds good, Bionut? Didn't I say that a couple of minutes ago? What? Like, I miss messages all the time. So you may have said something and I missed it. Hello, nuisance. Depends on the quality of the purification. Well, not the quality of the steel, the quality of the iron. But you don't. Alright, so, of course, we're making terminology up. There are two different processes that we've been talking about. And in forging, there is no purification going on. When I'm taking a piece of steel or iron and forging that, I'm not purifying anything. When the Japanese make their katanas, they're not purifying the steel. What they're doing is they're taking the steel as is, then they are drawing it out and folding it so that the impurities that are in there gets evened out. So that instead of them having big lumps of issues, they get evened out throughout the steel and you get a more monotonous steel and that'll be more strong, but they haven't purified anything. In steel production, there is a purification or cleaning process where you work out as much of the slag or silica as you can to try and get as pure of an iron as you can. And those are things that are different. It's very important to keep them separate. There's a lot of myths in blacksmithing because people have a tendency to mix things together because they don't work with it, they just hear about it. And a lot of time people explain them really badly. Where to buy a letter metal stamp in Europe? No idea. Google. Once something is made into steel, you're done with cleaning it up long before that happens. I haven't looked into Japanese steel or iron production because I don't really care. It's overhyped bullshit, but if you want to learn about that shit, Google it. All I can talk about is general steel production and iron purification and all that shit. As soon as you start throwing Japanese terms into it, I don't care, because it doesn't mean anything. Just give me a second. Got a burn here that's annoying somehow. Not sure. So assume that there's a lady who probably gets angry that you do this. What, blacksmithing? No. Why? This takes a while. No, there's nothing wrong with Japanese smithing, but I can't stand the overhyped bullshit from weebs who are like, this is something special. It really wasn't. Nothing special about Japanese smithing. Nothing. They just had shit steel or shit iron and had to do a lot more work to get it to a respectable standard. And they had a culture for extreme kind of perfection. So they put a lot of time and care into making stuff, but a katana will break as easily as any other piece of steel. Doesn't care, doesn't matter what you throw at it, it'll break just as easily. It's like people can't differentiate myth and reality. Yes, there are mythical Japanese swords that are as strong as they can carve stone. Those don't actually exist. That's made up. Just like Excalibur was like jammed into a rock and sat there. It's like, no, that's not true. It's a myth. The bearded guy went and started cooking dinner. He comes over every Monday and cooks food for me while I'm in the shop, which is really nice. Repetitive stress on the joints has got to be rough. Well, you want to be careful with it, but otherwise it's... Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people still do folding and Damascus pattern welding, stuff like that, to try and make it pretty and up the value, and that's just artistic value being added to a product. That's all right. But I have an issue. I take issue when people try to market their Damascus or pattern welded things as being stronger or better, because they are not. Those swords are clay hardened. Yeah, that doesn't mean shit. What do you think clay hardening does? It means that the part that with clay on it quenches a little bit slower. That means it gets softer. How do you think that affects the affects the steel if you try to jam it into something like a rock? It's still gonna break. No. Yeah, it does. It's a differential heat treat. I can do the exact same thing by quenching the entire blade and then just blue backing the back of the blade, and I'll get the exact same result. No difference. And that's the thing. Like there's no like a clay quench is fine, but it's not magic. Right. How do you place a link? You need to get a permit from a mod, but I'm not gonna read a link right now. Yeah, I've got a permit there. No idea what he's cooking for dinner. But yeah, but we have these Japanese steel kind of conversations regularly because there's so many people who are like, "Oh, Japanese swords," and I don't care. Oh, it's a YouTube video. I don't give a shit. I'm the type of guy that when people ask me what sword I would bring to a sword fight, I say spear, because that wins. It's National Geographic, yeah, then you can't trust anything they say. Nothing. That's like anything that's American TV. Ugh, no. Well, Jotun, shut up. Don't fuck off. Don't come in here. Is there a strength benefit to quenching water is colder? Not really, it doesn't really. It's not the temperature that matters, it is the viscosity that matters of the quench medium. That's why you heat up the oil slightly to 50 degrees Celsius so that it gets more or less viscous. And that way it'll actually cool faster. So by heating it up, it cools faster. It's counterintuitive, but it's because it's the viscosity that matters, not the temperature. It is the liquid's ability to carry away the heat quickly that determines the speed at which it quenches. If no one has a shield, what? Nah. It's the matter. It's the question of, you know, if you're gonna take two people who are not trained in combat and have them fight, what weapon would you bring? The spear wins every time, because it's a matter of distance. Like, if I brought a spear against Jotun and he had a sword, I'm not sure I would make it, because he knows how to deal with that shit. No, quenching in water isn't dangerous. There are several types of steels that should be quenched in water. To actually get this to a pretty decent thickness there. This is now pretty even everywhere. Got that kind of blend there. So now we got the sword down to thickness down the way here. Do I need to get it all the way back here? Ah, fuck, I'm losing my brick over here. God, oh, mother. Need to clean up my board. How does steel get that shiny? You polish it. Now, you don't have to bother too much with the lead and frost effect. That also happens with oil too. It's not just a water thing. It happens with all liquids. When they get heated up, they develop gas. It's more of an issue with oil actually, because it's more viscous, so it doesn't carry that gas away that fast. That's actually why you preheat it. That is why you preheat the steel. Lowers the viscosity, which means it'll carry away the gas faster, so that you get a faster quench and a more even quench. You always move the material in the quench so that you move it away from the gas that's happening in a figure eight. There are people who quench in liquid nitrogen. Yeah, that is a thing that people do. The lead and frost effect is not that strong to insulate that well, but it can fuck up your shit, but most of the time it doesn't. Let me see here. How do you avoid a spear as a swordman? You parry it into the ground, and then you run past it. That's what you do. The tricky part about a spear is you need to close the gap. Once you're past the tip of the spear isn't dangerous. So you just need to get the tip out of the way by parrying it into the ground, and then getting close. No, but no. So that's also you want to not quench too fast. That's why you sometimes use oil, because oil quenches a little bit slower. Very few people want to play around with nitrogen because it's very difficult to get the right quench, and it's only very particular steels that you quench with nitrogen. No, I didn't polish the rings. They just got a black finish. A halberd would be a disaster for a swordsman, though. Not really. It's the same. That's actually worse, because a halberd is the same as a spear, except it's heavier and more difficult to maneuver, and thus it's easier to get out of the way. I'm just cleaning this up a little bit, seeing where I'm at. Alright, gonna start holding this all the way back here, get the heat further. I need to move my pole off while I can't move my pole. How am I doing this? There we go. That'll work. What's the strongest raw material you can make a weapon out of? Flint. Keep in mind, steel isn't a raw material. It has been worked and processed several times. So if you're talking raw, like finding in nature, flint. Yeah, twit it happens. Got some pearls in here, but I don't care. Yeah, Gaspatron, that's how it goes. When people start talking about Japanese steels, I need to counter the incorrect information in there or clarify stuff. but I personally don't care about. I don't see any interest in it at all. I don't research it. I don't care about it. There's nothing special about it. Researching Japanese steel is as interesting as researching Canadian steel to me. Like, it's like, why would I? People are literally just freaking out because of anime. Carbon is not workable, no. Now I'm dissing Canadian steel? Well, fuck them. Metal is metal? I know. There are a lot of different types of metal. Aluminium is a metal. Brass is a metal. Zinc is a metal. Lots of different metals. See if I can't start to get this a little bit wider. So we've got a very nice point here. I'm not gonna draw this out super thin. I'm just gonna start beveling it, and we'll kind of move it gradually, see where we end up. Here's the thing about carbon. Carbon is just like, you know what charcoal? Like charcoal is just carbon, really. It's just that black powdery kind of porous thing. It has to be woven into fibers to have any strength. Alright, but yeah, so we're moving on with the sword. It's working all right. God damn it, one-handed typing is horrible. Glove, come back. Alright, we're getting ready. Just getting stuff done, getting work done, it's all good. Nah, they haven't been busy in the yard. Could do some left-hand forging for this. Let's switch over. Let's hope. Hopefully, I won't poke the camera. So this is just a way for me to kind of practice my left arm and get that kind of trained up for blacksmithing. It's actually kind of pretty decent. I don't have the same amount of control, but my swing has gotten pretty solid. So doing this, I'll run like 5-10 heats or something like that, forging left-handed just to get my arm going. Do you do friendly? Do you do blacksmithing? Or what do you do? How do you straighten the blade? You start at the root of the blade and you just tap it all the way through. That gets rid of twists, and it also just kind of straightens it. And you do that on all four sides, and that'll give you a straight blade, more or less. It's just basic technique. This guy's fucking ripped. A little bit. Not much. I'm listening to some banger synthwave today. That is good music for wanting to feel like you can do anything you want. It's also what I listen to when I work out. But yeah, left hand forging, so this is the weak arm. So that's why you see it jump around a little bit more, a little bit less precise, and moves the steel a little bit slower. But we're just practicing swinging the hammer left-handed, really. Hammering your phone? Yeah, no, you don't do that. I got my phone up here, nice and safe. Just got a photo of my the Oslo Viking sword that I'm using for a bit of a reference, just for the shape of the blade earlier. Nothing too fancy. Do you listen to any metal? Yeah, once in a while. AC/DC and Sabaton works well in the Forge. So as I forge this out, when I'm using left-hand forging, it usually gets a little bit more wobbly than usual. So I'll switch back to right arm to clean that up and move on at some point. The Doom soundtrack would probably be pretty good, yeah? Now a pizza would burn up immediately. It's 1300 degrees Celsius. Could cook some stuff in there, but it's better to cook on top of it, where the temperature is a little bit better. So you want to flip this around, put it on this side. Done some left-hand forging here. I'm gonna go back to right arm. It doesn't take much, just enough to kind of wake up your muscles. That's all I want to do. Hello, Wanderlust. Forge cooking stream one day, probably not. We could, yeah, we could. You could have the forge. I could the gas forge. I could have the coal forge. You cook, I forge. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing that sometime. Up at the bonfire, the fireplace, fire pit. Look at how much it starts to bend now because I got it down to a good thickness. Sword day? Yes, making sword. It's hard to get into smithing. There's definitely a bit of a learning curve. But generally speaking, it's easy to get into, but it's harder to get good at. Remember, it's old technology. Like they did this 1,000 years ago, so it doesn't take much to get the setup. But developing the skill takes time. Oh my god. I like that one, TDM. That's very, very funny. You should have just been like, wah, done that thing. Down with the thickness. If Mike Tyson were to sing that song, that's what he'd sing. What are your main benefits you found when you started forging? Any general aspect? It's fun. I don't know. It does something with your mindset, how you approach work and stuff like that. Got a good right hook, that's true. That's my secret weapon. My right arm is pretty strong. So, like, it takes a long time to forge out the blade. Just thinning that down. And that's just to do the thickness of material we started with. Once we've got it all forged down to thickness, we've got to do the bevel, or the fuller rather. No, but I also did do boxing when I was younger, so I do know how to punch. I love the text-to-speech. It's like, Siren, sit, up. What's the heaviest wieldable hammer that they sell? Is there like no limit? Well, three-person sledgehammers exist, so. I haven't boxed for like 17 years, 16 years, but I know how to punch. There's as much of it is in the legs as it is in the arm. It's also about stability. Because you need to have the stability to transfer the kinetic force that you generate in your body through your arm. Now this length is a good little sword. We're gonna pull it all the way down here so we've got a proper length sword. Got technique or not? Probably not. Well, Jotun doesn't know how to punch for shit. He uses weapons. Weapons, I tell you. Jotun is very good with this one. That's what he does. Just... It's not about the length of the sword, it's how you use it. Wait, did he use the box as well? I don't actually... Oh yeah, he did when he was like 16, that's true. We just talked about that. God damn it. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. It's because for me, Jotun is just like Vikings and hockey. That's what I remember. Wait, you boxed when I knew you? I don't think you ever mentioned it. Like in the first years. Or at least not that I remember, but I don't fucking remember shit from back then anyway, so. The piece of ice is now like this size, like it's tiny. Yeah, no, it never came up. The thing about fighting is that it's all in a mindset kind of thing. I never had a good fighting mentality. At least when I boxed, I didn't. Probably better now, but I'm not gonna get into fights now. Nice website, by the way. Thank you. I do everything myself, Twillet. Any weird orders? Not really. So the burns that I have only annoys me when I'm wearing a glove because the glove insulates and heats it up. And when you burn yourself, the nerves get very sensitive to heat. So that's why I take the glove off. Just to let it kind of air out and cool down. A little bit fat down here, so we're just gonna thin that out a little bit. That's what I'm working on right now. Oh yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. Just want it much thinner. And that'll take a while. I actually want to draw this out even thinner than what it is right now. And I'm doing this over the flat to have a little bit more control over it. I think this will be a beautiful blade by the time I'm done with it. Getting it down to a good thickness and width is the critical part. Making it pretty isn't as difficult, but making it functional is. Would you say that blacksmithing makes your fine motor skills better or worse? It certainly does something with your body. It's not really a fine motor skill thing. It's more just like there's a lot more brute force in it. You activate a lot of muscles. So obviously my arm muscles, and then my shoulder and my back muscles, like my shoulder blade. That area, that's what you use a lot when forging. So that really kicks into gear. But other than that, it doesn't really do much. Take it over the horn here, give it a little bit more. Now we're starting a little bit of a twist. The way we get a twist out, start at the base and start hammering towards the tip. That'll kind of straighten that out. Bulge out of there. Okay. Do you ever switch arm? Yeah, once in a while. A little bit. It's not something, like I do it once in a while just for short periods of time, depending on what I'm working on, just to kind of train up my left side. But it is, there's a huge difference in strength. Like when I work out, I can tell that my left side is like trailing behind. Gotta get something done there, maybe. Gonna get that bevel forged in. That'll widen the sword some more. Look at that bend that happens from the force. Yeah, if I get to training a little bit more, if I can keep up with my training without over exhausting my elbows, that's really my biggest issue, because I use my elbows so much when forging. And if I then also do workouts and use my elbows, I might overextend. Right now I'm kind of like at just at the edge of where I want to go with it. I want to be a little bit careful. But I don't train my arms dedicated ever. You never have to train your arms. When you work out, you never have to do curls. You never have to do anything like that, because all of the bigger exercises, the bigger compound exercises, train your arms to begin with. So there's no need to focus on those areas. Maybe have to hold this with a glove. Yeah, so if you train to get a big stomach, you need to train to get a big ass as well. That's what Miss Beastboo says. Big belly, big butt. Sword forging, not that exciting. Yeah, right now we're forging a Viking sword right now. A little bit time consuming, a little bit slow, not that exciting. Just hammering out the blade. Very simple technique. I love when you spell sword with 2 O's, the text to speech goes sword. Like that 80s like a commercial for Hero Quest, the broadsword. I need someone to be able to type out broadsword in a way so it's pronounced like they did in that. Sword. Yeah. Bro, it's so. It's so good. God damn it, that's bent. Bro, it's wood. Bread sourdough? Yeah, close enough. It's only the subscribers who have the text to speech, just FYI. That's a sub perk. Because I don't want all of chat just blasting into my ear all the time. Sag, yeah. The Reddit stream got really quiet. We got half an hour left, an hour left on the Reddit stream, and we're down to like 36 viewers. Been sitting on around 100 for a while. It's only because I wear the glove that brings the temperature up, and then it kind of bothers me. So I just cool it off a little bit, so the glove doesn't start at be annoying me so fast, but it's very minor. Surprise rapper's delight. Oh, that's funny. And he actually kind of raps it out the way it's supposed to be. That's funny. Fuck, I haven't heard that in so long. No, I'm trying to teach Jotun to not burn his hand to begin with. To the hip, to the hippity hop. So, so if you want to hear that thing that Cheyenne wrote out, it's a song from the 80s. It's one of the earliest rap songs there are. Just go to YouTube and search for Rapper's Delight, and it'll come up. Like, that was the jam. Like, I remember listening to that so much, like 10 years ago. So right now I'm just making sure that the taper on the sword towards the tip is nice and even. Because it's nice and thin here, but a little bit too thick here. Stolen from another rapper? Really? Cool. Like, it's so old that, like, who could it have been stolen from? There were no rappers back then, pretty much. If there are people who are tuning in there for the first time, we're doing blacksmithing here. I'm currently today working on a sword we started work on. It's made from a harrow's tooth. Agricultural steel like this. So I've taken this, straightened it out, started forging a sword from that. Grandmaster cast, alright. I gotta look into that. I'm just curious. That's just like Eric Clapton stealing like almost all of his music. A lot of people have been doing that for some reason and like keeping it secret. I want to see if I can get this to a nice forged finish so I don't have to grind it so much. I'm curious how many hours it'll take for me to actually forge this out, even though I'm not rushing or anything. Like if this can be done with the same amount of time that the Forged in Fire finalists have to make their stuff, that would be kind of neat. I think they spent something a total of like 35, 40 hours. So yeah, they get something like 36 hours, 32, 34. Candle thingy? No, I haven't. No, that would be something I do on stream. But I think I need coal for that because there's a forge weld in it. So we want to use coal for it because propane doesn't really forge weld well. So yeah. When I get some coal, yeah. So if you're new to the stream and you've been watching for a while, remember to follow so that you can catch me again in the future. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The triangular side, that's called a peen. This is a cross peen because it's going parallel to the handle. You've got straight peen, cross peen, and diagonal peen. And it is used to move the material in 2 directions instead of all 4. Yeah, but Byron always, oftentimes he's visiting his parents first, and then he stops by here. He'll be here at some point. Yeah, this is very time consuming, but it's because I'm both drawing out and also refining the shape. And you gotta keep everything straight on 4. It's a double bevel, so you got 4 bevels, or double edge. So you got 4 bevels. That slows it down a lot. If you want to make an easier sword to begin with, you want to make a single-edged sword like a saber or something. That's also okay to be wobbly as shit. It's amazing how fast this melts, because my hand is so warm. So I brought the heat a little bit further up to kind of blend the two bevels together some. There we go, that's much nicer. So now we can move down to here and begin drawing that out. Ugh. So much work, and I may actually have to get a ball to hold this. See you later, Aurum. Why? Because you lifted a horse? Gonna get this heated up nice and proper. What time is it? Oh, it's 5 p.m. I need to end this soon. Is this your workshop? Yes, it is. So I'm not gonna thin this out, we're just gonna start beveling this right away. Supposed to. Normally I would thin out the piece before I start beveling, so I'm just gonna not thin it out, because right now we're at a point where we want it to be a little bit wider, so we don't thin it out beforehand. We don't need to anymore. At least I don't think so. Well, better that he thinks like it's a PP Longstockings thing rather than like porn or something. That would suck. Dinner is taking too long. I like there's something about like a really nice feeling of, I've never had fucking handled a sword in my life, by the way. There's a really nice feeling of taking something like a long heavy bar and drawing it out and refining it into something that you can start to feel the lightweight and nimble nature of a sword. And this is still super heavy, it needs to be like way thinner, but there's something really nice about that. This is awesome, thank you, Joey. Joey the Arm. Maybe I should name my arm. Like, this is... My arm is, I need to find a good name for it. Percival? As you said, have you met Percival? Percival? It's my right arm. No, it can't be something mean. It has to be something weird. Otherwise it's no fun. Armature? God damn it. Yeah, wanna get personal with Percival? Yeah. Secret the arm? How dare you? Getting the hang of this. It's starting to get crooked out of the alignment. That's weird. I'm gonna figure out the length of this because it needs to be quite a bit longer. But if like 90 centimeters total, the handle should be something like 10 centimeters max, maybe a little bit less actually, like 8 centimeters. And then of course there needs to be room for a guard and a pommel. So lengthwise, yeah, we need to go all the way down here. We do have some excess. Right, so this is 90 centimeters right now. Remember, we cut this to 80 centimeters and now it's 100, so we drew out 20 centimeters. Good math to remember. How much are we drawing this out? How much percentage? Yes, I'm actually making a sword. Hello, Ty. Might be a katana. No, fuck off, old $2. I'm just making a basic, like, run-of-the-mill generic Viking sword. I haven't thought about pommel and all that, like, design-wise. But I'm probably just making some of the most basic stuff I can. Just to get a sword done. For probably Jotun to try out and be like, yep, that works, it doesn't break, perfect, good. 90 centimeter sword. The weight of a sword should be something like 800, 900 grams or something like that. Like it shouldn't weigh that much. It should weigh the same as this hammer. Like maybe a kilo. I don't know what Viking swords go by, but this is an 800 gram hammer. This is a 1 kilo hammer. Something along the lines of this. Okay, so we still have quite a bit of length to put into this. So I'm gonna have to correct this some just by hammering this down. There we go. Decent start for correcting that. I want to have that nice even taper all the way down. Can. Still a little bit thick. I'm gonna have to give all of this a pass. Chocolpina. Once I got it all down to size, I'm gonna have to kind of straighten everything out, clean it all up. I'm gonna give it the fuller in the center too, to give it that strength. They usually don't bark like that, but it could be. One to 1.5 for a basic one. All right, makes sense. Nope, no bionut. Just someone walking the dog. Yeah, Bionut is sausage guy. He should be here at some point, but not quite yet. Jumpy. Starting to run low on that propane bottle there. Pressure-wise, we don't have enough water in it to keep it hot enough. I don't know if my viewer count is updating because it's been sitting on 90 viewers for like an hour, if not more. It's weird. out so the bar is more in line with the blade again.
Hot. A little bit hot. Yeah.
Just waiting for the steel to heat up again.
Ever tried to make puzzles? No, I haven't. Sounds like a pain in the ass.
Trying to shape those up. Or rather, you could just chisel them out of a piece of sheet. Like 3mm, 5mm sheet. You could chisel that out, get like chunky stuff. The worst thing about that Miss Bispo is the fucking text to speech being like plenty I the entire time. Maybe I should put on some music. It says E or Y. No, I have not practiced yet. But I did find a nice Spotify sea shanty playlist, which was nice. He's just dead.
misvisbog.
Wait, I didn't want to shuffle play. What is this? Oh, everything is crashing. Alright.
That's a horrible Google Translate. Ah shit, well, it's 20 past 5, so I gotta probably get somewhere.
Ah, not that. Oh shit. Alright, we're gonna. There, that one. That's the one.
gotten so long that I'm kind of tickling some of the wires over here. I gotta be careful. So now we it's gonna, like, does it, like 5 centimeters is probably the max length width we want, but it's gonna end up being too wide. This is 4. So if we just take the raw, and this isn't really drawn out as much, so this is 4.5, so it's gonna end up 5. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna take this. This is hot. But that's what we got forged out today. Doesn't look like much, but that's like a little over halfway of the blade, giving the first pass of thinning it out, drawing it out, getting the basic bevels kind of in. Not very much, but some. I'm worried that it's gonna be too thick, because right now it's kind of got the shape that I want, but we're also gonna get the bevels a little cleaner, and we're also gonna get the fuller in, and that'll widen it even more, so we might want to draw out even more than this, but we'll do that in the future. But for now, I'm gonna place this here. Here. Gonna clean up hammers, so we don't have them lying all over the place. That one doesn't belong there. Just a little bit of cleanup, always a good thing to do. Are the brain teaser puzzles? Oh, like, yeah, okay, not jigsaws. That makes more sense. Yeah, no, I haven't tried doing that. I'm gonna get a shirt on before it gets too cold. And my jacket. Take them. And here we go, we got the dogs. Hey Bina. Hi. Yeah? Ready to come back in? Yeah? Need to get them some dinner. Right, I'm gonna end the Reddit stream. For those watching on Reddit, thank you very much for sticking with me today. I broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And ooh, my anvil is nice and warm. Well, that's not much to tour. It's just a room with stuff in it. But yeah, follow the Reddit stream or the Twitch stream. Find links to everything through my link tree down there. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Alright, there we go. So that's the Reddit stream done. I'm gonna stop the music here. There we go. Jesus Christ, so much text to speech. I'm not completely done with Twitch. I have some stuff to do here. For instance, I need to shut this off. Oh, I didn't actually shut it proper off. Did I? There we go. I'm gonna wipe that clean. Yeah, we're playing for Death Watch currently, which is good fun. I really enjoyed 40k campaigns and stuff like that. Anyway, now we're done. So, yeah, if you watched today and you've had a good time, thank you for watching. We'll see you on Wednesday. That's the next time I'll be live, and we'll be doing wands on Wednesday. Until then, take care. Have a nice Monday, and do good stuff.